you're going to pay by credit card, it's going to cost you 2.99%. So it's free if you do it ACH. So if you need help with that, you can come into the office, call us. We can do it for you while you're standing there. We can't do it without you there if we don't already have previously had your approval or information. But I also encourage you, because we're finding we have incorrect phone numbers and we don't have correct emails. And in all reality, it is the responsibility of the member to please notify us for those changes. So if we don't get notified, we don't know that you have changed your information. So please do so at your convenience. And then motel, we had a fantastic February. The women's retreat was held there, which is held every year. We had the whole 3 days were full. And because it is a church nonprofit, they will be sending us the check. They just notified us that they agreed with the prices and everything is going to be sent here, which is $4,500. I'm working again with Spectrum and the representatives on the balance owed to the port, and I will be following up with details. Maintenance, landscaping, Colony Row. I know I had some concerns when we did the cleanup back there because it did open up an area. Sorry, allergies. This wind is just horrible. I didn't realize that once we opened up that area that you could see down into the amphitheater. So that was brought to my attention, and I went down there, and that's all I could do was just look like this. But we put up signs, no trespassing. That it's not an area for people to be walking around. So we have provided, areas that should not be gone to. So if anybody, and then I believe we put up a fence across that way so people can't walk over there. If you see anything or any issues, please let us know so we can add more precautions if we need to. I really don't want to see anybody get hurt on that because it is quite a drop. So it wouldn't be good. But it does look really nice there. And everybody has to admit, we did a lot of cleanup over there and it looks really good. So I'm proud of the work that we did. The drainage ditch work that is in, I believe, Curtis unit 37, correct? 38, I'm sorry, 38. And then I believe there's somebody on Airport Road that we're going to be doing this as well. Tom has got to go ahead to go. He has to do some tweaking to the equipment that he has. And as soon as he's got that ready, he's ready to go because we've got the okay from MUD. Everybody's been out there and look at it. I provided all the information to the board on where it was going to be. So everybody's good to go. Do you have any questions? No. Okay. All right. All right, RV park revenue year to date, 17,000. We are consistently saying at 17,000 monthly. So I'm really excited about that. We've done some internet improvements with Chad. Chad has upped the internet. We're working with him. I don't know where you're at with, I know you've been working with Jason, but the internet sounds like it's working really well out there. So we haven't had any complaints at all. So thank you for that, Chad. Security. The only updates that I have for that right now is we're fully staffed over there, but we do have some additional manpower for spring break. So we all know that that started yesterday. The pool has been cleaned, the pool has been opened, and so we will see an influx of visitors coming to use our beautiful pool, and hopefully that will generate more FRMs or maybe more people that want to live here as well. Hunting year to date, we've made $77,000. And then right now, it's only access hunting and varmint hunting, pig hunting and turkey hunting. So, well, I should say pigs, hogs, whatever, I guess. But anyway, if you guys want any more information on that, that's available. Golf course and greens update. There's a lot of interest for pickleball. I know that they also promoted it during Fort Clark Days, which was my first, and I volunteered. Got a lot of dirt in my mouth while I was volunteering, but it was great. I was very impressed with how well everything was put together and how fun it was. So thanks to Community Council, and I will be helping again next year, maybe even more deeply, because I enjoyed it very much. So Creekside manager, Well, what I wanted to say is if we could get a committee for those that want that pickleball to work with us, so we can do that, it would be fantastic. It only helps us be able to do it because we don't have necessarily all the bodies that we need to be able to do new projects. So if we can get a committee that wants to come and help, I would love that very much. We do have the Creekside manager position open. We're currently looking for one. If anyone knows someone with good interpersonal skills, creative, organized, great personality, and is not afraid to take charge and understand finances and understand how to bring in other events other than just the golf, please send them to me. I would love to interview them. As you know, there was break-in in the early morning of Sunday. It's still under investigation, but I wanted to let you know the steps that we're taking to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We have installed 250-watt light bulbs, floodlights around the clubhouse. We've installed, fixed the lights that were at the cart shack. We've changed all of the locks. All of the monies and the building keys are taken to security in the evening, and they have to be picked up in the morning. So there will be no money at the golf course at all. So they want to go in and rob anything. The only thing they're going to take is chips and maybe some beer. But and then we're looking at installing. I have Max and John Wiley working on this. We're going to be installing outside and inside cameras as well. Okay. And then year-to-date revenue that we brought in is $51,000, $51,194.85. We have not spent any money other than necessities at the golf course at all, since we've installed the pumps. And so, it's been running really well. We do have some catch up to do, but we're doing good. We're bringing in money, which is good. Dickman, there is a St. Patrick's party tonight. So if you guys want to drink some green beer, come to Dickman. And volunteer support. We're currently working on the bulletin board, billboard, to put a new sign up because we did donate our first sign to community council to promote Fort Flood Days. And so now we're going to start promoting the fort, to make it a welcoming place to bring in people. Also, we had talked about this not that long ago about the support beam on the one side of Bullis. We were worried about the safety, so David Mann came out and put a support beam to support beam that we need to fix. Also, Aaron came out with a group of, I guess you'd say.
I can talk about it.
Oh, so no, well, maybe after. Yeah, okay. But he brought some engineers with him and he did email me right away and say that the other support beam on the other side of Patton Hall was not in good shape either. So because we were doing Fort Clark Days, we are very, very conscientious of our members' safety. David Mann came out right away. I just had to call him and he was out the very next day and he put another support beam to support that beam. Until we decide what we're going to do and move forward with that fix. All right. Post Theater, the Olivers dedicated their time. Now they may have had people with them. I don't know. All I know is that the Olivers worked constantly at the Post Theater for the concession area. They pulled out plumbing, refixed it. It was bad. They put in a new sink, got a new cooler for the drinks, painted, repaired and Russell was a big part of that. He was in there that supervised that. Thank you, Russell. But community council also donated $1,600 for all the stuff that was done. And I really, truly appreciate that very, very much. And then, of course, Spectrum is on site. They are working to fix all the areas that they have upheaved or have put out of place. So if anybody has not put in a work order for what they feel was not done correctly or they didn't fix, please let the office know right away because I'm giving them the addresses so we can go and inspect them. We don't know where the issues were, we can inspect them. So I encourage everybody to please send that to me. And then last but not least, annual meeting will be at the Post Theater the 29th at 10 a.m. Please bring your IDs to sign in so that you'll be able to get a ticket for free lunch. Lunch items served will be by the Geeties and include chicken, beans, rice, potato salad, bread, pickles, onions, jalapenos, and drinks. Community council is also going to be selling beer down there. And we're going to sell margaritas. Fun, and the pool will be open. So thank you, everybody, and appreciate you all being here.
I'd like to add something to that regarding the Olivers and the theater. I've been by there and they did an outstanding job. And just another example of someone taking action. And all of us can take some type of action, whether it's physical work, any type of volunteer service, or even donations, as I have mentioned in the past. If you can help us out with a donation to fix up something specifically, please let Ms. Shar know. But the Olivers did an outstanding job at the theater. They're beautiful people. Thank you very much, Mr. and Ms. Oliver.
All right, now we can go to committee reports. Architecture. Is it something you can ask her afterwards?
Well,
Is it something you can talk to her about afterwards?
or it's just a quick question.
Do you know how much money Spectrum owes us?
Yeah, about $43,000.
Was there anything in the contract where they have to pay by such and such a time?
Okay, so
Okay, I'm sorry.
if you want to talk afterwards.
Good morning. This month, we approved 7 permit requests and offered advice to 2 people on plans they have for new buildings and additions. We've reviewed previous violation letters sent out and have either cleared the violations or taken further action. We sent, and I know your copy says 2, but we sent 3 items to the board to deal with as we have reached our limit of fees with no results. We now have 1 more to send you. We have not heard what the board decided on the previous ones. We would very much like to meet with the board after either one of our meetings or one of yours to hash out how some of the problems we've come up against will be handled. As usual, we're looking for new members for our committee. One of our members' time is being limited by their job, and they may have to leave the committee. Please come and attend a couple of our meetings at 5 o'clock on Tuesdays and see what we do.
I'm writing that down about the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranches.
Golf. Did we have a golf report? No. Preservation.
Well, we have been admiring the work that's been done on Dickman Hall. I'm sure you all saw it in the newspaper. We went back to the original colors for the exterior of Dickman Hall that was recommended by Bill Hahn, who is a member here and of course has written books on the architecture, the historical architecture of the fort. And that is why the color change is there. We are still waiting for the Historical Commission of Kinney County's report on the historical buildings. Not only those owned by the fort, but the ones that are owned by individuals. Have you all received that?
We just
report yet?
received it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so when will we get our copy? Because that's what determines where we go
Oh,
forward.
okay. She can get you a copy at the beginning of the
I
week.
just got it yesterday.
Okay.
We did well on those reviews.
Yeah.
We got all green and only 1 gray for a small thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Constance, afterwards, I've got a report in here for you
Oh,
that I
good.
couldn't get you.
So I'll see you in executive session.
Well, I thought we were not doing executive
It's on,
session.
it was on.
Well, because I didn't find out until after.
Oh, okay, great, fine, thank you.
Outstanding job at Dickman Hall, Ms. Constance.
Hmm?
Outstanding job.
Thank the committee, they all work hard.
Preservation.
Recycling.
Recycling. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Our new forklift is doing just super. We made 2 bales this week, so of course we used the forklift. So that was super. 6 months it took to finally get money, $337 from Waste Management.
Thank you for staying on them.
That drives me crazy, but, so they told me the check was in the mail. You know, I didn't go to the post office yesterday, and so far I haven't gotten it, but I'm gonna rush over there after the meeting, and hopefully it's there. So, okay, I wrote, Union Pacific, that gave us $10,000. I wrote a final report and it's due August. But I figured since we already spent the money for the forklift, so I wrote the final report. So
Awesome.
Union Pacific hopefully is happy as we are. And I think that's all. The only thing, I'm probably gonna get a sign. I don't know how to put it on the forklift, you know, to say that that was Union Pacific money. But I'm gonna see if I could get some information about that. Because these people like, this is allergy season, so these people like to have something to, you know, show. So I'm gonna see if I could talk to a sign company to see if we could put Union Pacific money on that forklift somewhere. Because right now, we got it from Lone Star Forklift Company, and their name is all over the forklift. So I'm gonna see if I could get Union Pacific's name on there too.
Maybe we can help her with a small plaque to
Or
put on there,
something.
on,
I don't know.
regarding the old,
You know, it's metal, so I don't know.
regarding the old forklift, has it been removed?
At this point, no, we'd have it still in the storage room. And I gotta get in touch with Philip to, we're gonna move that old forklift over to maintenance. So we haven't done it.
Would you want it sooner than later?
I'm sorry.
Would you want it removed sooner than later?
Well, you know, it doesn't hurt us for sitting there, but I gotta get in touch with Philip, so.
I will talk to him.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, and of course, we could use it if anything happens.
He
you
was
know,
out
as
sick
a
with
backup.
flu.
Or if suddenly we had two drivers, or if we could use two forklifts. No.
You could do like Battle of the Bots.
Anyway, we're probably gonna ship in 2 weeks. We've got enough 42, we're getting to 42 either boxes or bales. So we're gonna be able to get rid of a lot of the stuff again. So that's it.
Thank you, Elena.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
Always for your hard work. All right. Do we have anything left with the election committee? Okay. I couldn't remember.
Yes.
The mic.
In addition to the 20 emails we sent, yeah. Children. Oh, wait, I have long arms. There you go. Thank you. And for the other two, I will give those to you. And one for you. Okay, this is the election committee's final report. Actually, we're all pretty much without a hitch. In general, the mailing labels were printed as required. We handled the additional inactives quite well. We had enough people to do it. Again, I want to explain the inactive list, in addition to other things, contains a lot of bad addresses that have been bad for probably decades. we keep sending it, keep getting them back. So we have some recommendations. We recommend that the membership services review membership list again, like last year, beginning mid-December through mid-January to identify any incomplete addresses. We recommend that membership services be given a list of returned mail immediately after the annual meeting so that it can begin researching members to correct invalid addresses. And we recommend that they also can contact the tax office for any information that it may have. Again, remind people that you must contact membership services in the administrative building if you have to make changes to your address, to your ownership status, to sales, purchases, whatever. If you do not do this, immediately upon these changes, you will likely not get a ballot nor anything else that you need that requires mailing. Okay, yes.
And also that other people cannot pick up ballots for a person. The person has to pick that up, correct?
Yes, the actual member that wants a replacement ballot has to in person contact Tony. If Tony's not here, I would recommend a memo because he's been through this before. Is the only person that can supply the member with a replacement ballot envelope, whatever. Okay, this has been explained at every single board meeting for months that you must do this yourself. You cannot send a proxy. You have to do it yourself. If you are long distance, you can call, identify yourself, go through the same process. Okay, can't send your neighbor, your kid, or uncle, your aunt, your dog, whatever. We also recommend that the new board secretary, because Tony isn't running this year, new board secretary work with Tony because he has started this, the current board secretary, and with our HOA legal counsel to research ways to legally remove invalid addresses from our membership list. We suggest that the board secretary be given custody of all returned mail to accomplish these recommendations. The goal is to discontinue sending ballots to addresses known to be invalid after being returned multiple times. There are some other issues on that list that we'll have to handle again with HOA attorney help if done. The glue sticks were perfect. Don't change a thing. Reorder them next year. They're the only ones that we have not had trouble with ever. I want to thank admin and at the time, Cassie and Marisol and Charlena, because they simplified the ballot a bit. We've been working to simplify it for years, and every year we make a few tweaks. It was a good tweak this year. Thank you. The Postal Service now requires that we separate the bracket bill mail from non-bracket bill mail, which we did, and one of our committee members, Pat Stephenson, with post office experience, by the way, volunteered to take care of that issue. She did an extraordinary job, got them all separated out. No new recommendations on that. We had mailed almost twice as many ballots this year because of the addition of the inactive membership list. A total of 2,819 ballots were stuffed and mailed. We requested additional volunteers to help. 20 members volunteered, and we were able to deliver the mail trays to the post office by 11:15 on Friday, February 7th, thanks to the volunteers. So the recommendation stands that we'll request additional volunteers as needed based on the total number of memberships, in addition to 2 volunteers for each candidate. But it would be helpful if our volunteers showed up on time.
Yes, ma'am.
Or at all.
I
Not your fault.
he got detention, so.
Okay, generally, this year we had an almost error-free mailing day. Our general manager, executive secretary, her trainee, and membership services prepared everything for us in a timely and accurate manner. Post office was ready for us. The payment, our money had been deposited. We've worked out the bugs and we're ready next year. We plan to go forward with the same process we have this year.
Thank you. Thank you for your diligence and the entire committee.
I have one question too. Just to reiterate, because we've had a few questions from some members throughout this time, even though there's been a lot of communication. If they didn't get a ballot, What's the process?
It's the same process. If they didn't get a ballot and there was a communication sent out specifically for that purpose, if you don't, the Bracketville people had their ballots that afternoon, most of them, by Monday at the latest. If you do not receive your ballot within 7 to 10 days, then need to contact the board secretary and ask for replacement ballot. With the caveat that if you do get both ballots, both mailings, the auditor is going to invalidate. So be very careful with this. And if you end up getting the second, you get the replacement ballot from Tony, and you end up getting 2 days later, you need to contact board secretary, whoever that may be, board secretary, and let them know that you received it. You have to give him your extra ballot. Because if they receive extra ballots, the auditor may invalidate all of them. Okay, now the instructions on the ballot are very, very clear. They need to be followed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions?
Sandy, do you know how many ballots came back?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Because of they'll be trickling in for probably a couple weeks, depending on which remote post office handled them to kick them back. They should all be coming back to here because we're the ones that sent them. And
We haven't gotten any back yet.
yeah.
Really? Wow.
We thought we had it cleaned up, but we had like only 19 one year and like 29 last year, which made no sense. Because we repeatedly reminded members to go in and change their membership information. So we can't do anything. If your name was on the list, we mailed a ballot. We triple, quadruple, you can ask any of the committee members. When we send these out, they're checked and double checked. They're checked and double checked when we prepare everything for the mailing day, on the Wednesday that we go in. We check the list, we check the labels, Gabby types anything we need typing, and then we recheck the whole thing again when we do the actual mailing. So if your name was not on the list, you're not going to get a ballot. So if there's a problem, and you've had a problem in the past getting your ballots, that's when you need to get in and talk to Gabby or somebody in the admin to make sure that they have correct addresses for you. Because we can only work with what admin gives us. We don't make any changes. We have no authority to do anything except to work with the membership list we're given.
Mr. Governor, how many people came in and requested ballots since the election started? And I know yesterday was the deadline.
Yes, so in all honesty, I think we only had like 5 out of
5 people come in and request an additional ballot.
Not come in. We had 3 that actually called us and went through Tony, and then Tony called me, told me exactly what I needed to do, and then we mailed them out. And then we had 2 that I reached out to because I had heard they hadn't gotten ballots, and I reached out to them.
And Tony knew about it too?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these people who reached out for replacement ballots, other than somehow damage them, right? That didn't get ballots, those same 5 whatever people needed to immediately go to admin and find out why they didn't get any ballots. Again, with the caveat that if they receive double ballot, they don't turn back in and they decide to throw them all out. All of it probably would be invalidated because that's what the auditor has to do.
Sure.
So, anything else?
No, Tony must be listening on the road. He said he responded to everyone with a ballot issue.
Great. Cool.
Everybody knows.
All right, well, I want to again thank the committee members because, my God, they did such a fantastic job. They really, really did. They're Francis Bitter, Constance Kildor, Pat Stephenson, and Sherry Dox. And again, all the volunteers that helped us. We could not have gotten it done. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks again to the volunteers.
Community council report. Do we have one?
I just mostly have a 4 days report from community council. We had an excellent turnout of school children on Friday. Bracketville sent over 300 students. Sacred Heart and Del Rio brought 100 children and chaperones. We had a lot of homeschooled children this year, more than ever, and I attribute that to Brittany Wiley for getting on a lot of the email deals for homeschool and advertising. So we've provided a historical event for over 500 children, and we will hopefully have more next year. Most of our food vendors ran out of products, so they're very happy and are looking forward to next year. The music this year was great. We've already scheduled Michael Clancy for next year. If you didn't get to hear him, you really missed out. The street dance was lightly attended due to the weather. It was a little chilly out that night. We may need to look for another venue for that event next year, although the kids love to go out and dance in the street. I hope a huge thank you to all our sponsors and the team that brought them in. Between the sponsors and the items community council sold, we will be able to contribute to preservation and have startup money for next year's event. We're going to get an earlier start on sponsors for this year and make a few other advertising changes. We will also be working early on marketing and updating our computer software. If you missed a chance to get a t-shirt, they will be sold at Sutler Store on the weekends and at admin during the week. They're $15 for up to 2X large and $20 for 2X to 4X large. The only thing with community council is Richard asked me to announce that we have an opening for vice president, and we may possibly very soon have an opening for president. So if people would like to come and join us, we'd love to have them.
Thank you, Francis.
Ms. Francis, can I encourage you to share that information on social media? Because a lot of people do pay attention as to what's happening around the port, so they may want to volunteer. Thank you.
All right, email votes. A motion to approve an increase to the bid amount for the previously approved purchase of non-performing lots in the Kinney CAD Trust as discussed in executive session and noticed on the agenda from the February 15th Board of Directors meeting. The increase will be $18,000 to encompass all costs listed on the spreadsheet provided by appraisal district attorneys. It was a unanimous vote by all 5 directors. We also will be having a discussion in executive session about the fluidity of that bid. So the next email vote is for the phone contract. Sorry, I'm trying to find my summary.
Thank you.
There we go. Oh, I'm not seeing my summary.
You look at the same email.
Yeah, I don't know whether I put it in the wrong place. Nope, I did. Never mind. I found it. Sorry. Motion to approve a 5-year contract, $440 plus tax per month with Spectrum VoIP for phones. 4 votes for yes and 1 vote nay by Jason Long. The motion passed.
Tell them it's not Spectrum.
Oh, it's not Spectrum. It's a different company. It's Spectrum
It is not
VoIP.
Spectrum.
So
Spectrum Void. Totally separate.
totally separate. Okay. Old unfinished business, the special assessment, the motel. Did you have were you wanting to add additional information, or are we going to leave it tabled till next month?
I think we probably might want to talk about some additional information, maybe let Aaron just do a quick recap, and then I guess decide to increase the assessment or whatever we're going to do so we can get it, because I'm sure the bid's now going to go up because of both support teams.
So it's gonna be special assessment or other general fund, right?
First, again, I'm in support of the assessment. Obviously, it's needed. Last weekend, the engineers came out and met me, toured both structures. and then some, and then the commissary, and then the fort. They have a lovely time. They really like the place. They pass by and never stop. But now they'll be stopping. Anyway, so they used my drawings to assess everything they saw. They are completing a report based off of their observations, including photo documentation and the use of my drawings. That is coming, but this is also just a process. It takes time, and generally this would be thousands of dollars in professional fees. Y'all should know you haven't been charged zero so far. And I'll figure out.
We haven't contracted anybody either.
That's true. No, it's all me.
No, he offered and we appreciate it.
I offered, yeah, and even my arrangement
Your
with
volunteer service.
right. Well, the engineers are a little. This is a different story, but that's through me. So again, not an issue. But they will be giving us a report. The report is nothing cosmetic, just kind of the structure as we see it, and part of the goal isn't just to repair, but to inform future repair. So we are not, in their words, I quote, burning money, because that's part of what some of the repairs have done. It's just throwing money into the pit. So that's it. I expect a report from them hopefully within a week or so. And we'll see what that is. And then
And
I'll
then,
go over that with everybody.
Okay.
and then we can decide what we need to do from there.
Okay, yeah, without the report, I think we need to
Yeah.
table it.
And again, this is not cosmetic stuff. This is just,
Necessity.
yeah. So that's it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
I
Aaron.
I
I
appreciate
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron.
So we're type of that. Uh,
It's an abundance of-
discussion.
An abundance of caution, we're gonna table it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, Unit 1 use of common property for a garden. Y'all have that in your packets. And I assume everybody's had a look at it, where it is. All right, so they filled out the common property alteration form. I will read what they wrote. They were writing today on behalf of Unit 1, asking for permission to use a little bit of common property in our unit. We had our Unit 1 meeting on January 25th. At this time, we discussed having a community veggie garden for Unit 1. We as a unit have voted and everyone supports this and is at an agreement with it. We will do everything that's needed to get it going and keep it going. Nothing will be permanently in the ground. It would be a few above ground planter boxes, wire fencing around it to keep safe from the deer. Unit 1 would provide all materials and maintenance, and we aren't asking for anything from the fort but the use of common space. We don't have plans for completion, but would like to get started as soon as possible. I've included a picture of the area and a rough draft of what it will look like. So the question is, do you all have any questions or thoughts on it?
I don't have any problem with it. Unit 1 wants to do it.
I don't object to it. I just wonder what's gonna be the water source. Is anybody here from Unit 1 that's gonna talk about it?
I hear
Lopez Martinez.
There is a common faucet in that area. Or that we see, the thing is it's divided by the road. So we can either use the faucet that belongs to one of our neighbors, or there is a community faucet there.
The community faucet is used by the fort to attempt to keep the area green.
Well, it was put in because we were gonna landscape, we're landscaping the front of the unit. And we're gonna put in new vegetation, and it was always there. We asked for it to be repaired so that we could maintain the front of the unit.
So then the fort will provide we might give you all permission and then maybe provide some water.
Is that what you guys are asking for, the use of the water also?
Well, I don't think she included it in that, but I think it should be added to it. I think she had planned to use the water from the neighbors. I think it would be a good idea to include it.
You wouldn't happen to know how much that tap is, do you?
No, I had it repaired, Mud repaired it. And that was all I know. That was, I mean, it needed repairing before I came here, and then when
It had gotten damaged by maintenance. They ran over it. So we asked, so it stayed that way for about 3 years. And then when we talked about buying slants for the front, because we were going to beautify the front, we asked Charlene if they could get it repaired. Water the front of the unit,
Um,
which is green area.
it's just gonna be plants, or y'all gonna grow carrots and onions and stuff like that?
Yeah. Vegetable garden.
To sell, or just for whoever participates in it?
Whoever participates in
They
it,
can-
make use of it.
Sorry.
And it's not limited to people in it one. Anybody wants to come out and work? Opens up to it.
And I think it was Steph that said she would be responsible
Right.
for getting rid of it if it wasn't being used, right?
If it wasn't successful, then she would remove, Stephanie Covet would remove anything that was put in. Including getting all the materials for it and building it.
The request for, is it for an indefinite period of time?
As long as it's successful.
As long as it's growing.
And only if it's successful.
Successful in that it's growing and people are working it.
People working on it. You know, sometimes people lose interest and at that point.
I understand that part.
You want to give your thoughts? Or shall I go first?
Go ahead.
I have concerns with the port providing the water. For one, I don't think it's appropriate for the fort to pay for a garden that just benefits Unit 1 or whatever. And I also have concerns about it being on common property. I'm not saying no. I just
We don't have common.
I was gonna say, there is no cell phone
We don't
property.
have yards.
It's all common.
I understand that.
And there are numerous faucets around the common property in Unit 1 that are owned by the fort and were originally workable to go ahead and maintain the common property. And so that's another issue that sort of dovetails into what
Yeah.
she's saying.
Like, for example, the park in Unit 1. We had a faucet there that we used to water the roots of the oak trees because during the summertime they dry up and the membership would go out there and take care of that. We didn't ask anybody to do it. But then it got a leak, reported the leak. Mud came out, turned it off. They said the fort had to fix it. It's been 3 years, hasn't been fixed. So we did have faucets throughout the unit so that we could maintain the beauty of the unit, but we haven't been given access to the water, which we should have. Would you like to come up?
Yeah, I'd like to add something. We have the oldest contract with the fort of any unit other than Colony Row. And so it does need, we have a contractual agreement. Every person who owns property on the fort has a contractual agreement with the fort that they will provide maintenance of common property. And I think we have to take a look at if that is happening. It is a
Well,
personal.
but that's a separate.
It is.
It is a separate compared to the garden.
Well, even if we didn't have a garden, that faucet is there to beautify that area. And yet it's dirt right now. If we had had that faucet working, it would have beautified that area. We wouldn't have dirt like we do now and trees that are dying that area.
Similarly, being multi-generational Unit 1, there are and always have been faucets on common property for the Unit 1 people to use. Once upon a time, it used to be all green grass everywhere with the use of those faucets. So this is what people call grandfathered in, but saying we can't use them it's changing what has always been what Unit 1 is. Um, and it's actually removing what has always been. And so it's not a decision of allowing it because it is and always has been allowed. The decision would be you're disallowing like you're removing a water service that Unit 1 has always had. And that has been going on for years anyway, as they've been destroyed over the years. When we on and others in Unit 1 have many years now over several different boards been trying to kind of restore Unit 1, which again, I can tell you over my whole life I've just watched it plummet as we struggle with on the rest of the entire board maintaining things. But this is something we've always had that we're just trying to keep going. And also the garden, as Anna said, is for anyone who wants to participate. It's located in Unit 1. So is the trash trailer, which people throw their trash in Unit 1 inappropriately. But nonetheless, this is not that. It's supposed to be for everyone. Yeah, we have a spot, and yes, also Unit 1, unlike a lot of other units, we have nothing. We have no yards. We have strictly where our home is and nothing else. So the common ground, which has always been used by all there, is all we have. And it's a source of other arguments. Just about the water though, like I have childhood memories of my grandfather telling me, no, that faucet's for everyone. That's not our faucet, that's everyone's faucet. And they would use it. So
Thank you.
We're different. What can I say?
You're unique.
I've heard people say that we're a bunch of crybabies. That we cry about everything, but they don't realize that we have no yard. Everything is green area. We get no garbage pickup in the front of our house, yet we pay the same maintenance fees as somebody has a huge home. A little bit of water isn't going to hurt it. It shouldn't be happening.
I don't oppose the garden. I think it's a great idea for the community. My only concern is current conditions regarding the water, but I'm willing to be flexible in this matter regarding the water, as long as it's monitored, preferably by the people who are running the garden, and we can identify that tap, then we'll know. In other words, maybe y'all can check in and keep us abreast as to what's happening.
I think we're all aware of the water problems, and I don't think anybody would want to use it because we're the #1 supporters of things that are happening.
Yes. So
I don't think that would be.
that's kind of like my position, as long as it's kind of like, well, if someone doesn't leave the hose on and it's on for 48 hours, when it just needs to be watered a little bit.
Sure, and we don't expect the area to get green right away because of nothing. We would like to have a faucet fixed.
Well, faucets fixed, how many are broken?
Yeah,
Well, that's a whole
you
other.
normally tell me, but you haven't told me about these other ones.
Okay. Then I had counted, there's the park and then around it.
Okay.
And if you can get her that list, maybe it'll get resolved by next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Don't put her under the gun or anything.
I said maybe.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
About 6 weeks ago, I was sort of on a mission running around trying to
Is this about the garden?
tie up
Okay.
that fountain.
Okay.
It's been lost
That's,
in Unit 1.
if you want to talk to her after,
I will.
Well, if they have to be after executive, that's okay.
or on Monday, or,
Or on Monday, whatever. You got my number, Linda. You call me all the time.
does anybody else have any? Yes,
Is it
ma'am.
okay if I speak from here? I'm a little confused though. If I'm in Unit 21 and I would like to have like the garden, sounds fun. I don't like the garden. But if I were, does that mean that I should come and join and be part of the garden and have my space too? Or is it a big space where everybody has? I just wasn't sure.
Of course, everyone is invited.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's more like a collective community garden.
Okay, yeah, because that was not made clear in the request.
So if I want to grow spinach over there, I can go and grow spinach.
We hope you will.
Your water, Papa.
I will put one thing out there. I think having a garden is amazing. I have a greenhouse at home. We eat out of our garden all the time. From experience only, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. People are all gung ho, and then they stop working on it, and then it turns into weeds. So I will look at it, and if I do see that, I will nicely tell you guys, hey, guys gotta keep it up. I just don't want that to happen. I think it's a fantastic idea, but I'm just saying I have a lot of experience with people that are gung ho and then they stop. So I hope that doesn't happen, Anna, or anybody over there. I think it's fantastic. And I don't have a problem with water because I can monitor it too. And if we feel, I don't think it'll be enough that's really gonna matter on cost, really. But it depends on if it's an acre, then it would.
No,
But-
it's a 8
It's
by 10.
that they water once a day for a
Says it was
garden,
my
and
word.
you're gonna, I'm assuming water early in the mornings, that's the best time to water, especially for
I
a
have
garden.
that right.
Yeah, it's 8 by 10.
Okay. Thank you, Jen.
The whole thing is 8 by 10.
Mhm.
Oh my God, you cannot get much water in.
Unless they leave the run thing running.
Right. Okay. It's I'm glad to hear it's for everyone because my concern is being in Unit 1, if we're going to dedicate it to only Unit 1 for common property, I just wasn't comfortable with that. Does anybody, any of you want to make a motion on this?
Well, should we approve it and let them use the water?
Okay, well, we need to have a real motion with the details. Do you want me to do it?
That's fine.
Okay. So, a motion to approve an 8 by 10 garden in Unit 1, close to the entrance. We have a map of where it would be. And that, let's see. They can use and use of water from the fort tap, but will need to be removed if it is no longer being taken care of.
And the go-to person is Miss Caveron.
I'm assuming so. She's the one that was taking
And I
responsibility.
think maybe reasonable use of water. We start getting $200 water bills, which we
Well,
probably
she'll
will not.
monitor that, yeah.
You know, discuss that later.
Okay. So do I have a second?
I second it.
All in favor? Okay. Motion passes. Okay, we have some fines for architecture issues that have gone unresolved for a very long time. I will number them as, it's in your packet for 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Was the one that's crossed off resolved in some way?
No, I did not get the information on it, so I didn't want us to vote on it until we do. All of these fines are for $1,500 because the repeated has been going on since, some of them since 2022, and they have not responded to the multiple requests. Number 1 is for unsightly overgrown yard, junk in yard, structure needed repair, skirting, deck, roof, fence, windows, construction material all over the property.
And what are we gonna do? We're gonna put a lien on their property?
That would be my recommendation once the fine is assessed. We'll just have to double check to make sure there's nothing else we need to do legally before we put the lien on there. So we can make that part of the motion. And I have all the extra material. If for any of these, there's a concern, and we can adjourn it to executive session.
But these are all long-term issues. They already got up to 1,500. They've
Yep.
had multiple warnings, multiple discussions with architectural and all that.
Yes.
I'm fine with just across the board putting a lien on the property for all of them.
Just for clarification purposes and for public information, these people, because sometimes it turns out or it comes out that no one was given a chance. And these particular individuals have been given ample chances. Right, Ms. Betters?
Yes, we have all the
Certified
certified
letters.
letters, everything.
I mean,
yes.
we've, up to this point, it seems like we've crossed every T and dotted every I. To where now they're gonna have to have an assessment of $1,500.
I mean, they're already up to 500 now, right?
Yes, 1,500, what do you mean?
No, I mean, before we're in excess of 1,500, but they've already gone from warning to 250 to 500, and now they're in level 4 maximum penalty.
Yes.
So they choose to ignore
Yes.
this.
They've chosen to ignore them. Okay,
I mean, there have been extenuating circumstances, but still, even with the extra time given on some of them, they have not. But we need to do them individually and not as a group. So do I have a motion for number 1?
I make a motion that we assess a $1,500 assessment on number 1
And put a lien. Put a lien and put-
and to place a lien on their property.
Right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? It's unanimous. The second one, unsightly, lack of yard maintenance, inoperable golf carts. They just refuse to respond, I think, on that one. So do I have a motion on that one?
I make a motion that an assessment of $1,500 be placed on this property and this individual and a lien as well.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, number 3. Unsightly inoperable vehicle, yard, maintenance, the same thing. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion on number 3 that we place a $1,500 assessment and a lien on their property
All
for
right,
violating CCNR rules.
second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. And the last one, number 4, rotting wood around the windows, chimney top bricks that are lost, yard maintenance, screen room repair, fascia, shingles missing, all kinds of issues. So, do I have a motion?
I make a motion on number 4 that we assess a $1,500 assessment on the property and place a lien on it as well.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Unanimous.
So I have, and the unit CCNR's agreement, it does say the fort can go and correct some of these issues. Like you don't cut your grass, maybe we go and throw your trash out. You
But
know,
a bit at the expense of the
yeah,
membership.
has the fort ever done that? Because I mean, we can put a lien on there and it could look like crap for the neighbors for the next 20 years. I mean, is there anything?
No, there is recourse, but the steps that have to be taken first. And then,
Just a point of order. You used the term assessment in your motion.
Yeah.
Assessment means something different, I think. Is that the same as a fine or different than a fine?
By our language, we supposed, it's not.
it's an enforcement assessment.
Enforcement
Okay, I
assessment.
did, as long as that's clear and I just
No,
Enforcement.
that's,
inquiring minds wanted to know,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Inquiring mind.
And would this be recorded with the land records?
Yes,
Well, it surely hope
this
so.
will, yeah, because with the lien,
It's just sitting in a drawer. It's not going to do much good to anyone.
okay, and I'm assuming there's more to come, and I think you said we're missing
One.
a couple
Yeah,
from previously. Okay,
Yeah.
that we can circle back to. Okay.
thank you.
So that once we do this, the lien will be filed and admin will file it here at the courthouse. Thank you.
That's, there's no question. on the lien.
Yeah. All right. Number 3, transfer of FCSA lot to general manager as a performance-based bonus. All right, so to clear up what has been running around, the GM is having her review an executive session. She has been here a few weeks shy of 1 year. She is refusing a raise. And so we would like to, because she would like a lot and we would like to give her one. She will be paying the assessments on it, which will make her part of the community. This lot has been sitting there for 20 plus years. We've had 2 sales, and nobody from the membership has purchased this lot. So it's been there a long time and nobody's touched it. So those are our basic reasons for doing so. Or if we don't transfer, we can charge her $1 if that would make people happy. What do you have to say, Jason?
I'm just glad she's still working here. I'm not kidding. Any of you have an idea what it takes to do this woman's job?
Yeah.
She was handling a steaming pile of get out the swear jar shit, like this is as a mess. And she's still here, and obviously she wants to hang around here. Or why would she want a lot in here? She wants to be a part of this community. I really don't have a problem with it. Honestly, that lot has been sitting there. And after so many years, we'll get back the money and the value of the lot because she's going to be paying us and the taxes, which you're paying for right now. You're paying the taxes on that. 20 years.
Are you going to build on it?
You know, that's a good question. Probably because I do have kids.
Excellent.
And I have a 29-year-old and a 28, 39, who has a grandson. And I really would love them to be able to come out to the fort to really enjoy it out. And maybe I might need a little house to put on there. Get away from my husband once in a while. Sometimes it's kind of annoying. You know?
Don't you spend enough time here already?
And on those late nights,
That
you're
might be
burning.
kind of scary. I do work 12-hour days
That's
every
right.
day.
You're burning the midnight oil. It's too
Yeah.
late. You can't see well at night. X, Y, and Z. You may need to crash on your
And
lot.
it'd be right next to Memo, which I don't know if that's a good idea, because Memo just might come over to my house all the time if I build up there. I'm just kidding.
So where is the lot located?
It's,
Hang on just a second. Do you want to, I'll give that in just a second. No, I want your thoughts on it.
it's been earned. I'm very proud of Sharon. The job is hard enough to do with, on top of so much expertise, opinions that come across at any given moment. And sometimes those opinions are very sharp. Most of them are pretty dull. But I think she'll now be definitely a stakeholder. And by golly, we're gonna be making some money off that lot. What's the membership? $43?
$54.50.
$54.50.
Yeah.
And next month she'll complete a year. And I hope this will be an incentive enough to stay a little bit longer or indefinitely.
Well, maybe she will break an average of 18 months for a GM.
It's 36 months.
And
No, it's not. It's 18 months. 18 months. Over the 51 some GMs.
if you
it's like
add it
18
all
months.
let's see, I would like to say a couple words too. And not to justify what we're doing because she fully deserves this, but so that everyone knows and that we know and she knows. I had a list here that I was going to say in executive session of exactly, I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the things that have been done. She redid the employee handbook, which was passed to the last general manager and it never got done. She did it probably in the first 4 months of being here. She set standards with the employees and is holding them accountable. She is mentoring her department managers and holding them accountable. She has created a better culture, not only with the association, but with the administration and the employees. She's working closely with Jason and others to get Buildium up and running in a well manner. And she has held Spectrum accountable to cleaning up, taking care of everything. She's redone her phones. I mean, in the first week, she had the front gate painted, which hadn't been painted in, I don't know, decades maybe. She fixed the front fence that was falling down in places, which had been that way for years. She's had the bathrooms done at the RV park. She had the kitchen and fans put in at the service club. She's helping to change the overall look of the fort. Unfortunately, with the droughts, sometimes it's hard to see. She has been all over collections and sending out 209 letters and collecting thousands and thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars in late and back assessments. She's perked up the hotel rooms. She's looking at all of our property and also created a budget in that time with answering emails and members. And this woman has been working from 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night and on the weekends and emailing us. And I think this is a well-deserved. I appreciate you, Sheer. I hope she stays. I hope that she doesn't get driven off by all the negativity, the constant attacks that we've seen. And I hope this community starts coming together to work together and stop fighting and stop picking nits and stop looking for problems and assigning motive to all kinds of things. Now I'm just preaching. I apologize. I just really appreciate the job she's done, and she loves this place and has a heart for it. Okay.
I'm gonna add one more sentence to what she said. A less disciplined person would have already quit. And she hasn't. So we have a good manager right now. A really good manager.
All right, so the lot is located at the end of Fort Clark Road at Fairway Circle, right before you go onto the dirt. Anybody that knows the Giblins are on the right. It's the overgrown lot on the left. So we'll be expecting her. No, I'm just kidding.
To clean it up.
You're getting a $1,500 buildup if you don't. Hey, one.
Sharon, it's next to you, Sharon. The shuttle lot next to you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's your
Oh
neighbor.
my gosh, wow.
That's good there.
It's a jungle out there. It's nuts. For sure.
Yes, sir. I saw your hand up. Is this about this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on up.
Why can't you just write her a bonus check? Or she can purchase it the right way. So it's all legally done correctly.
I mean,
It is legal.
Are you saying it's illegal?
I do kind of lean towards that idea,
Uh,
personally.
if you would just write her a bonus check, it would make it a lot simpler than no one could complain about it.
And then the taxable value of increased income and X, Y, and Z is all taken care of by giving her the money to buy the lot and do with that.
I don't see what we sell the lot for, because the board of directors has the ability to sell it for to set the price.
What I'm saying is, you can sell it for $1, or you can write her a bonus check for whatever you want to purchase it for.
Well, that part.
Well, we could
A
sell it for
dollar,
$1.
yeah.
The bonus will help report with their taxes.
How's that gonna?
I don't know how that helps.
So I reluctantly posted online about this because I don't like to get into the online mess. But I think what's happening here is y'all have presented a why Charlena deserves that no one disagrees with. This as a type of payment in the bonus. But people immediately reacted to, hey, we're giving away land now, like whatever, which is understandable. However, because you can sell property at whatever price you want, and furthermore, it can be argued a property that has not been collecting any money will now be collecting regular dues.
Yep.
Correct.
It's actually a profitable transaction for the board. Part of the backlash has also been, we're now getting the explanation of that. And also.
Well, that's because people jump to conclusions and just say things.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, though. That is kind of what's going on here. As in, like, my comment was about serving the board serving the community, and the service here is bringing money by selling a lot for $0 to make it profitable, which helps the general fund. I understand that. It's part of the issue with just releasing anyway an agenda without explanation that we're then going to explain these things. But at the same time, the community questioning, are you serving us? Versus are you helping one person, or are you serving us? I believe the answer that's been established is we're doing both here. But I think that just what needed clarity for everyone, because that's kind of what the fight was about. That as I see it. So
Well, fortunately, this is the official place for clarification, clarification, factual information, complete information, and social media is a lot of fun. It's comical, and but it is what it is. And this is the place, this is the forum where correct and factual, complete information is provided. And if have mistakes happened, sure they have. They have happened. And if you're lucky enough to be on this side of the table, you'll find that out.
That was good explanation there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a problem with her getting the lot, but your bylaws doesn't give you authority to give it away. And I think that would set a precedent of y'all
Which is
doing
why I
it.
said we-
So I think the dollar would keep you in line with the fact that you have the authority to sell it, not give it away.
Yes, ma'am.
Because then it opens up a whole can of worms for future things. Well, they gave a lot away. We can give this lot away. We can give this lot away. So I think it would be more appropriate if y'all would just go ahead and sell it for the dollar and put it in your deals that you have the authority to do that.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Which was, yeah, it wasn't on the thing, but what I did at the beginning.
It ran through a little mind.
And then I do also want to, I just,
Andy.
yeah. Let me-
Sorry, I just have to.
Okay, just one second. Though. I mean, come up, but
You don't want
the other thing I want to say is, you know, we already have a precedent for not property, but we have allowed previous GMs to live in our Shafter Hall apartment for free. So we have compensated in other ways than just cash or, you know, money. Yes, ma'am.
Number one, she's turned down a raise. We seem to be forgetting that. That would cost us a lot of money if we paid. We're probably not paying what she's worth as it is,
No, we're not.
from my experience on board.
There we are.
So we
No.
seem to
No,
be
we're not.
forgetting
We are
that
not
this
paying
is-
her
We
enough.
are basically, she's turned down a raise. She's not the first one that has, but it's important. That's a lot of money to us. If you want to sell it for a buck, fine. We're not talking about community property here. We're talking about a fort-owned lot. The board has the authority to set the price on a fort-owned lot, whether it's $0 or $5,000. $1, who cares? But I think she's earned it. And I think we're forgetting that there's a certain website out there that does not make decisions for the board. And I call it well, it's not what I call it, but I'll call it the grievance site. And they're never, ever going to be happy with anything that you guys do or you do, period. Their life depends on complaining. But I just wanted to remind people that she's turned down a raise. We aren't going to be paying them. Giving her a lot in lieu of the raise is fair, equitable, and under the authority of the board of directors. Sorry.
Thank
It's
you.
okay.
It's not a $250,000 historic home. It's a pile of mesquite bushes that she's gonna have to get out there with a machete just to walk around in it, you know, so. For real.
The other half of that is that she's funding her own bonus because she's gonna be paying the fees.
Yes.
There's a transfer fee involved. There's other things that are gonna take place as part. I also would be on the side of providing some kind of a nominal price. So piggyback on what Sandy, I'm gonna swap it.
Sandy.
Sandy, I'm sorry. I was adding a syllable. I think that is probably more in keeping with the authority of the board. You're gonna sell it. And you set the price. And I would like to, for those people that haven't, and I don't go on that site unless I absolutely have to. My wife showed me that the other day. I was like, don't do that. A lot of this was kicked off by somebody named Anonymous. So, wow, that's brave.
Can I answer the anonymous one?
No, they don't deserve it.
If they were here, they'd come up and talk.
Yeah.
You are here, Mr. and Mrs. Anonymous. Why don't you stand up and say hi to us? Probably are here, but I don't know who it was.
And Aaron, you're right. It does serve her as a person, but not only does the assessments serve the fort, but properly compensating her serves the association so she doesn't walk away. I've told her,
I mean, do you guys want the board?
18 years, she's
board
going to
again?
be here, 18 years. I've told her that.
No, we don't want to do it either.
I have a tracker on her car. If she leaves before 18 years, we're just going to go bring her back.
So, I agree, sell it to me, whatever, okay, so.
You wanna make a motion?
I make a motion that we sell the property located at Unit 27, Block T, Lot 1, to Miss Charlene Cavender for $1, and that will also include all transfer fees as well.
What? No. I'll pay my own.
Yeah,
fees.
let her pay the fees.
I will pay my own fees.
That's a normal person.
I'm not gonna argue.
Redo the motion. Make a motion. We they sell the property located in Unit 27, Block T, Lot 1, to Miss Charlene Cavender for $1.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right, motion approved. All right, so announcements, like she said earlier, was the annual membership meeting will be held at the Post Theater on March 29th at 10 a.m. and lunch to follow at the pool, along with alcohol. So let's have a party.
I have one thing.
I will be celebrating either way, whether I am or I am not continuing on the board.
And I will be drinking either way for different reasons.
Everybody knows that.
I have 2 items. I have 2.
Okay.
I have 2 items.
I have one question. Has anything been done about our budget that we have?
Yes, she is no longer on the property.
Okay, great.
It's permanently banned.
Great. So how do
Yes,
we
ma'am.
keep her off?
Call
We-
the sheriff.
If you see her, call the sheriff's office because we have a criminal trespass on her. So call the sheriff's office. And if we see her, we'll do the same. And security is looking out for her.
Have you informed the county?
The sheriff's department, yes.
Yeah, sure.
No, but I mean, the county commissioners, people above the sheriff, because they are at risk too if this person is still in the county. And we continue to have risk with her in the county.
Anybody can tell the county people. Anybody can.
Well,
We
I-
haven't
you
officially.
did.
We haven't officially, no. Okay.
I just have 2 more items.
Okay.
Ms. Cavender mentioned to me that we're a nation of in need of donations for some flags. The flags that fly out in the federal holidays up front. Some have been tattered and beat up. If anybody here or in TV land would like to donate monetary donations or flags, however Ms. Cavender needs them, will you let her know, please? How many do you need, more or less?
Well, we just replaced all the big ones, but we have to replace all the ones over by the empty saddle. We took them down and they're really bad. And I guess they've only been up there for 2 years. It's like $2,200 for just all those flags. We just spent $1,500 on replacing the big ones that we just put out. I didn't know flags are so expensive. Yeah, they are very expensive. So whatever anybody would like to help with, that's fine. We're gonna get them anyway, but
How
it
much
does.
for an individual little one? Maybe people would make a donation.
For the guidons, I don't know.
I could find out because I'll just divide
Put it out
that.
on an email.
Okay. I'll divide it by
I
what the
think we can
cost
handle
is.
that.
I know we have an American Legion. I don't know if they donate funds or not, but maybe anybody who's associated with the American Legion can be in contact with Ms. Cavender regarding those flags. Again, how many do we need? Or are you not sure?
I don't know how many are out there.
I don't know how many there are altogether. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay. And like that, this may be Ms. Ms. Bale's last meeting, I want to mention that I think she was a great example of when the going got tough, the tough got going. She's been here 3 years with us. Excuse me.
Excuse us, please.
She's been here 3 years. This is her 36th month on the board. I think, well, no, I don't think I know. When things got really hard, she stuck it out. And she had 1,001 reasons to walk away and not even have to deal with everything that needed to be done here on the board when she was the interim GM. And I appreciate all your efforts. I really do.
Thank you.
And we have an outstanding volunteer here. And we'll see how all this turns out on March 29th.
Thank you, Nana. I did not pay him. I did not. Yes, miss? Okay. We have a couple minutes and then we need to adjourn,
I
so.
would just like to, going back to Spectrum, okay? Was there something in the contract or anything that says they have to pay by such?
Okay, that's something that you can talk to her
Well,
about.
everybody else has questions.
Well, contracts are different.
Hasn't been paid.
The public should know.
It's not from a lack of transparency, I guarantee you.
When transition was made, in the back room there, it's now different. I haven't been in there in a while, but there was a lot of stuff stored in there. And we're looking for a box, a tile that is specifically bought for unit 1. And so I tried to look for it over here in maintenance in that little room that's as you go.
There's
in
some
the-
tile boxes.
There's some
back here.
tile boxes back here.
And they're working on unit 1. They'd be thrilled to death if we could find that box.
I think
There's
they're
a
right
box
back
of
here.
tile right
And
back here.
then is the room back here?
Right
Yeah,
behind the
as soon as
flag.
we adjourn, if you want to go back.
Oh, okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
That way.
ma'am.
We can get
Yes,
it
ma'am.
over.
They're back there.
They're back there. Go ahead and take them.
Great.
There it is, the great tile paper.
Something that didn't disappear or get lost. Yes, miss.
Yes.
Taking last minute.
Elizabeth Hodges. I want to express extreme gratitude to the board for the resolution that you sent off about the water. I want to thank Ms. Cavender. Sometimes human beings don't trust people's actions and they have to see it in words. And you guys were brave and you took the step to make that resolution. I'm going to hope it also goes to the county commissioners because our creek is still at stake. And I want to express extreme gratitude for everyone here because if that spring and that creek aren't here, we would not be here. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's
Elizabeth.
pray for rain.
And I will say, it's not looking good, for this year either. We haven't had enough rain. We haven't, nothing has changed. So
Do you think we'll go on the restrictions probably again this summer?
probably,
Now.
And the spring's almost stopping. It's like a foot a second right now.
yeah.
This is the
As
week to
soon as
swim.
that stops, the
Yeah.
mud well goes down.
This is the week to
Back.
swim, and if we have the flow, we'll clean it right before the annual meeting. So hopefully we will.
If you could come to the annual meeting in your bathing suit and then we'd all go over there to have lunch and jump in the pool.
Nobody's gonna want to see me that way, aren't you?
You can.
Or, the GM might look the other way and everybody could just jump in with their clothes on. Is there any other announcements of, again, Dickman with St. Patrick's Day tonight? Music, green beer, margaritas. I don't know that there's anything else. There's a tournament. Is that today?
There's a little league tournament that David Mann and Jacob Mann have very kindly stepped up to help with that because it's a little league. It wasn't a tournament of ours. But since we don't have a golf manager at this moment, he and his son are working that today. And yes, it's today.
All right. Well,
An annual meeting, March 29th, 10 a.m. at the Post Theater. Correct?
And we get to see the new concession stand.
and we are adjourned to executive session at 10:35.
And just one chat message from Phyllis Kay of the Mountain Laurel Club. She wanted y'all to know that they use the timer. They use the timer for the water.
Okay,
Awesome.
That's what was given.
Lisa, you had something for
Don't
me?
throw these
Yeah.
away.
That's your child.
I think these are the pictures you're talking about.
I hope so.
And the reason I didn't give it to you before is because I have to find it here. All right, so
Okay, yeah, because I've got, I texted a few other people.
and there was an
Oh, it just says January total, but that's the total for the end of December. And that's the end of, that's the ending balance at the end of, at the end of those months.
and it was not in the bank.
Oh, yeah, that would get in. How are you?
I would just change it to like ending balance.
So you wanna meet with Debbie? You wanna meet with me on Tuesday? Okay. Cardiology. Text me and just let me know and then I'll just put you on the calendar.
Yeah, I'll let you know, because I got one doctor.
Okay, well, yeah, it did go down because of that, but this next 1,500. It's up from now, it's happening. Wow. All right, well. Yeah, give me a second. We're gonna do that, yeah. I don't think.
You go first.
Yeah, oh, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have to go out and look at that so I can get that changed out.
That property's on the corner, it's right next to,
So this is next to memo?
no.
Oh, I
If it's on the corner of Rush Street from Village,
Thank you.
on that corner. Oh, yes, if you turn around. If you turn left on Fairway Circle.
Yeah, the runs interference for us.
I have it, so I put it first. That's fine. This is good.
Oh, you're better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Her older brother. You don't know where you're going?
Well, you know what, I was gonna go look at it, I didn't wanna.
Okay, don't ruffle, don't rock the boat. Here's the thing, I think it is a smaller lot than the lot in that new. I'm just saying, you know, because that's why I think that's one of the reasons it wasn't sold. No, I understand that. Tiny home would look, to me, would be sold. But the point.
It could be 600 square feet or more.
Okay, yeah, but if you put a tiny home on it, is there anything that says you can't put a two-story?
Not at all.
Okay, so you would have plenty of room.
The footprint.
Yes.
Before it indicates.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that.
Well.
Thank you.
Order to
Alright. Is, okay. Reconvene after, executive session is 1:25. All right, discussion was had on parameters for the bidding process for the non-conforming lots. Do we have a motion? Do you want me to make it?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Motion to approve resolution with the parameters for the general manager to conduct the bidding and submission for the non-conforming lots.
I said,
All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Unanimous? And I think that was it. So
we have no other business.
we have no other business.
Wait, the annual meeting,
Annual meeting,
March 29th.
March 29th,
10 a.m.
10 a.m. at the Post Theater, lunch at the pool. We are adjourned at 1:26. Kate, coming back.